Hello, everyone. I almost started talking without turning my mic on. Hello, everyone. Welcome, welcome. Hope you guys are having a great Monday so far. Yes, I am streaming on a Monday, and that is purely because I have the day off from work today. It is MLK Day here in the United States, and a lot of schools tend to take the day off, whether it is professional development based or, in my case, just have a day off for the kids and have it like a 3-day weekend. So, yay for me. Good morning, Destiny. Oh my gosh, hi, Destiny. How are you? How are things? So, that reminds me. I need to send the link over to Battle of the Bookish peeps because they will get some extra points if they complete books in today's sprint. So, as I'm talking through this, or going through this, today, my brain cannot right now. So what I was going to say is, I am planning on being on sprints for quite a bit of time today. I think we're going to definitely get through 5 sprints today. But if we have time, we may do a 6th. It just depends on how things go for today, like what time my husband's going to get home from work, because my husband's at work today, and just how I'm feeling in general. So, give me 1 second while I share this with everyone in the Battle of the Bookish Discord. There we go. So, I just looked at my notes section for statistics and literacy, and I have 30 sections. Oh, I hate that for you. Oh, that sucks, Jack. I'm so sorry. I hate that for you. Good. It's been a while. Hope all is well. So far, so good. Yeah, we're doing pretty good over here. Everything is, doing as it should. We're getting back into the swing of doing stuff. I finished my school stuff, Destiny. So basically, all my school stuff is done. I am now just finishing out the school year with my student teaching, and next year, I'll be a certified teacher, which is awesome. So, yeah, everything is going great. What I was going to say. So, for my friends that are on YouTube, this stuff over here, the commands and things that you would use for this, you have to be on Twitch for. So if you have a Twitch account and would like to include yourself in the super sweet task list and help you keep track of any tasks that you're doing, anything that you're planning on doing today, you'll have to be over on Twitch to do that. My Twitch is the same. It's the Curious Owl. You should be able to find it pretty easily. And that way you can utilize this. Otherwise, it's just more so for kind of aesthetic purposes, because this is like co-working, productivity, reading sprints kind of thing. And then we've got the little timer over here to help us with keeping track of everything in terms of like the sprint time, the break time, things like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to do 50-minute sprints with a 15-minute break. And I'm going to try to remember to make sure that the actual break time is 15 this time. So first I need to reset the timer. So I'm going to do that real quick before I forget, so that it's all reset. Oh, I did that wrong. Timer reset. That's what it is. There we go. So now we're down to basically start our next one. So, how is everyone? What is going on today? What have you got planned? What are you going to be reading if you're working on anything reading-wise? As you can see from my list here, I've got a lot of things I'd like to do today. The most important thing being getting to my page goal for today for Wind and Truth, because I am several days behind. I have had the last couple of days be extremely crazy. You won't really be able to see it right now because not much has changed in this room, but in the library, my husband and I, the last 2 days, have done so much work. We have cleaned the carpets, and by we, I mean him. He's cleaned the carpets, but he helped me with basically taking my bookshelves that were downstairs that we had for a particular reason, brought them back upstairs, reorganized my bookshelves. I wish I could take my laptop over there and show you guys, but I feel like you'd all get motion sick, and I don't want that. Good morning, Adri! So yeah, we basically reorganized everything up here. Not much has changed in this room, really, other than the carpets have been cleaned, which is so nice. There were some stains from some of the boys having some accidents in the past, so being able to clean all of that was absolutely amazing, and it was very, I wouldn't say satisfying, because because the dirt that was coming up off of these carpets alongside the stains was disgusting. It was nasty. So that was interesting, we'll say. Interesting. Been drawing a Freddy Fazbear for a bit, but I'm tired of doing it, so I'm going to take a break. Okay, good. Yeah, let's get that homework done, Jack. That's the most important thing right now. Well, let's take a break from the art and get some actual other productive things done. But take your breaks as you need them. Like, I know I have some work I have to do for my actual job, and then, like, and I'm going to be listening to my book while I'm doing that, but then I'm going to get to my more fun things, which is like my library spreadsheet and crocheting. A couple things I need to get done for this week. I have to like finish writing up a test that I want my kids to do later this week for ELA, and I have to, what else? I have to do something else. What was on my list? Oh, I have to pull more. I have to pull some reading material for them to practice with over the week. Because basically for ELA, what we're doing is opinion versus fact articles. And so we are basically like looking at these different articles, and some of their reading skills are not like, grade level. But the idea is that they'll be able to pick out like the trigger phrases for things that are opinion based, and be able to tell me, okay, if those things are there, is this an opinion article or is it a fact article kind of thing? And they're getting really good at that. They're getting really good at picking out those phrases and being like, oh, that's there, so that means it's an opinion. If it's not there, that means it's a fact. And other things like the words good, best, favorite, dislike, things like that. Things that express opinion. Hi, Bree! Hi, honey! I love you, Bree! I had to dip out of your streams last night because I was so exhausted from all the renovating and reorganizing yesterday, so I apologize. But I love you. I love you so much. And I'm so excited for my cookies. I got the notification that my cookies shipped, so I was like, yay! I'm so excited. Okay, anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, stuff for, work. So yeah, they're just, I just got a couple of things to do for that, which is, really just finish up and get everything. We are adults, not stuff. Listen, I can be excited about cookies. I know, and I know we're adults. But I wanted to, let you know that I didn't just dip just because I was exhausted. Oh my god, like the amount of pain I am in is excruciating, but it's not as bad as I remember it being when I would just be like moving super fast. Like, like when they always tell you to move with purpose. When you're moving things that are like actually heavy and are like you're having to bend and move things like that, like moving with purpose is actually really helpful, because I would be in even more pain today if I was actually like moving really fast and trying to do everything quickly. I made sure to take my time when helping with moving the bookshelves and moving the books and putting them where they need to be. I was actively taking the time I needed and not rushing it. And it actually helped with my recovery last night so much more. I mean, guys, I'm pushing 30. I'm turning 29 this year. And your body just breaks down. Like, honestly, my body's been breaking down since I was a teenager. But that's, yeah. It's for your teaching lesson. You explain. Oh. Yeah, no, I know. But, like, it's interesting how, my body just, like, recovered so much quicker than that. Than it normally would. But I know that you're not children, Brie, but I actually like talking about like what I'm teaching my kids, because it's interesting to get people's perspective of like I never learned that, or I never thought about it that way. And like, especially with the fact that I teach kids with autism, it's like really interesting to get, if there's anyone like in chat that is autistic and like had, done stuff with that before, like how that was for them. And like, I love just getting people's like thoughts on them. So I don't know. I also, you just know I'm excited. I just get excited talking about my job because I love it so much. I love it so much. It's so much fun for me. Um, anyway, I think that's enough yabbering from me for right now. I will say that in a vlog that I will do for this week, I am going to go around and show how everything looks right now. It's not 100% done. There's like a couple things in here that still need to get taken care of, like bigger, like there's a table in there I don't need anymore that I'm going to get rid of. And my husband has some knickknacks that were on my shelves that he's going to get taken care of eventually. So it's not like 100% done, but we're like really close to it being done. And actually, I'm fine with it being as it is for right now because I don't need anything off the shelves right at this moment in time. And anything I do, I can just easily move things to get to it. So it's, but all right, let's go ahead and get started with our first sprint. So we're going to do a 50-minute sprint with a 15-minute break. So let me go ahead and set that up. So, oops, I don't want to do it there because that's going to go to both places. Hello? There we go. We'll do this. Oh, and I set it for 15, for 10. Oops. Oh well. We'll do 15. I'm so used to doing 50-10. I don't know why. We'll do a 15-minute break, okay? All right. I will see you guys in about 50 minutes. everyone. Excuse me. Hello, welcome back. How was that sprint for everybody? So I got my work stuff done, and I got from chapter 37 to chapter 41 of Wind and Truth. Let's see, what else? I started making my to-do list for work this week, and I also worked on my library spreadsheet for a while. If you're curious, I've been working on this library spreadsheet since basically the beginning of the year. I have so far cataloged 2,740 books. That is combined ebook, audiobook, and physical books that I own. And I've been trying to keep up with like any books that I purchase. I haven't done it in a few days because I kind of want to wait for a minute before I throw those all in. But finished my reading spreadsheet updates and worked on my event for my writing group. Nice! Good job, Destiny. Awesome. Had to go eat because I was hungry. Good. We love taking care of ourselves. Crocheted some tiny turtles and finished the documentary I was watching. Ooh, what documentary were you watching, Adri? Tiny turtles. I still have my turtle. I found my turtle here when we were cleaning, and I found it. It's on my little big, tall shelf here. So I found my turtle. I was very excited. Okay, let me see if I can... Oh, grab it. There he is. Oh. See? It's my little tiny turtle that Adri made. My little tiny turtle. I love him so much. I think I'm gonna put him right next to Doug and Oscar so that he's safe. And that way the boys don't find him and think he's a chew toy. Because that is likely to happen. Alright. Let's see. Also, the husband had texted me a little bit ago and said that he was actually going to come home for lunch for a little bit, so probably the next sprint I will spend a little bit of time with him while he's home, check in with him, make sure everything's good. Who knows, maybe he'll surprise me with lunch? I don't know. Maybe that's wishful thinking, but I wouldn't be surprised, but I would be surprised because he's good like that, but also like, you know, if he doesn't do it, I'm not going to be hurt, you know, kind of thing. But yeah, so I did quite a bit of stuff. I still think that... So what am I on now? I'm on page 382. Okay, so got just over 300 pages. I still have to read of this today. That's probably going to be the only thing I work on today, reading-wise, which is fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. I do, though, need to update my little reading journal, though, since I didn't read yesterday. So this is my reading journal here. It's a sketchbook that I basically, like, converted into a reading diary of sorts. So I need to update that real quick. But what have you guys got planned going on this week? It's called Last Breath, about a deep-sea diver whose lifeline was severed and he was left on the bottom of the ocean for 30 minutes before he was rescued. Oh my gosh, it was fine, but no one really knows why. I think I've heard about that one. I think I heard someone at work talking about that, actually, that they watched it recently. Was it good? Like, was it a good documentary? Okay. So let's see, I didn't read it all on Saturday, and I didn't read it all yesterday, so. It's mostly compiled footage from the event and interviews. Okay. So, yeah, okay, so not like any, obviously, live footage. Well, I mean, they said, like, compiled footage. Was it, like, actually, like, well-paced, though? Because my problem with documentaries is that mostly I get bored because of the way that it's paced. Like, I am all for a true crime documentary. I will not lie. I am a true crime documentary girly, as basic as that may be to some people. But it's because I like the way that they're paced, and especially with, like, delving into the information and, like, stuff like that. I'll be doing homework all week. Yeah, okay, that sounds about right, Jack, from what you said. Especially for that one class, you have 30 sections to do. That's insane. This week, what I've got going on is obviously it's a short week for my school because we have today off. Then we also have early release on Wednesday, but I have PD in spite of that. So, like, we do early release Wednesdays a couple times a month, which basically, instead of, like, having a full day for the kids, they get, like, out a couple hours early. And in that couple of hours of what we would normally do, we basically do professional development. So, delete that. It was good. They made a dramatized version last year. Oh, okay. So there's a documentary and more of a movie. That's kind of cool. I like that. So I've got early release Wednesday this week in PD. And I think that's really it in terms of, like, events. My husband, though, did start, so my husband's been in school now for a little while. He kind of, like, started up school while I've been in school, or when I was in school. But he's been doing, like, part-time, whereas I was doing, I was also doing part-time, but, like, also working, and he's also working. So that doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. So he's been going to school part-time, and everything was online for him. This semester, though, he has one class that he has to be on campus for, which is not very far from us, but he has to be there for, like, a 3-hour class after work. So Wednesdays are long days for him. So usually that means that, like, I am home taking care of the dogs, which is fine. I'm by myself for dinner, and while I would like the idea to, like, maybe stream during those times, I don't want to put that on myself because, like, I feel like, at a certain point, for my mental health, it would be too much, streaming more than twice a week, unless I'm on vacation or something like that. Like, if I'm actively on vacation, like summer break or winter break or anything like that, I would be comfortable with, like, doing more streaming then to keep myself busy. But, like, if it's, like, just a random Wednesday where, like, I'm working and my husband's just not home, I would rather do some stuff around the house to kind of, like, ease both of our minds. Like, make sure the house is cleaned up, when he's not home. And he does a lot of the cleaning, too, like, when I'm not home. But for our peace of mind and, making sure that, like, everything is taken care of, like, I would rather spend my day on Wednesday when he's not home doing stuff like that. I think it was pretty well done. It was entirely made from footage they filmed during the event, so the documentary was practically real time. Oh my gosh. That probably was scary, though, too, to, like, I mean, obviously for the person that involved, that was probably terrifying. Being left underwater for 30 minutes without being able to, like, breathe very much. Like, that's terrifying. I would not want to be that person. That's why I will never, ever, ever do anything like scuba diving or any kind of, like, deep sea stuff like that, because I am terrified of things like that happening. No, thank you. Not gonna happen. See you later. Nope. Nope. Big nope. But to each their own. To each their own. So, that's basically what I've got going on this week. It's a pretty short week in terms of, like, work. It's kind of one of those things where it's going to probably feel like it's going to fly by, but also it could very well feel like, even though it's a short week, it'll be, like, the longest week ever, because that's usually how it works in schools. I feel like that a lot of times when, like, I'm at work and stuff, like, when I think it's gonna fly by, like, oh, like, it's a short day, it's an early release, or it's a half day, like, it feels like it takes for freaking ever. This takes a special kind of person to do that job, and it ain't me. Nope, it ain't me either. Nope, not happening. Not gonna happen. Like I said, to each their own. That's what you like to do. There's a lot of things in the ocean that I don't want to experience and be a part of, because we know very little of what goes on in the deep parts of our oceans. I don't want to be the person that's involved in that and finding out that information. No, thank you. I would rather be on the sand. Like, I don't mind going in the shallow parts of the water. I'm not a very good swimmer either. Like, I can swim, but I'm not very good at it. And so putting me in that kind of a situation would be a bad idea. All right, we're going to take a couple extra minutes because I forgot to set it for 15. But yeah, that's not at all, not a fan. Not a fan in the slightest, but that is okay. Everyone's got their things that they like. That's just not one of mine. Anyway, what else is going on? Let's see. So, one of the things I have to prepare for is I have to prepare for a meeting that's in like a few weeks, and it's the first time I'm actually like going to be running it. Oh, the husband's home, so the dogs are going to go crazy. So, apologies for that. I guess since he's home, let's just go ahead and do another sprint. I'm going to get it set up. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but okay, the door's open. They're outside now. Jack, oh, maybe not. Maybe not. They're not quite outside yet. There's the door. And out they go. Okay. Jack, that's awesome. I'm so happy that you got an A in your graphic activity. Yay! Good for you. Good for you. Oh, I'm so happy for you. Okay, so we're going to go ahead. The husband's now home for lunch, so we're going to go ahead and get started in our next sprint so that I can go say hi and check in on with him, make sure everything's good, and I will see you guys in 50. Everyone, back. Oh, I did not get much done in that. But also I have a really bad set of cramps that have set in. Holy sun. Hello. Oh my gosh, it was right in my eyes. So, yeah, I have a really bad set of cramps that just set in. So, got my heating pad on. I'm gonna be kind of hunched over for a minute. Jack, the article that you sent, I love that very much. Like, the article talks about, like, essentially having a community that is for those that are on the LGBTQ spectrum, specifically the trans community, and how, like, basically having a community outreach program of sorts and having some kind of a community in general that they can have where you can talk about the issues of discrimination and other issues surrounding around being on the LGBTQ spectrum and having like a safe place for all that, like how it genuinely like has been proven to like actually help with things like social anxiety and other things concerning the problems that come as a result of the discrimination and the hesitancy to like be out or anything like that. Or it was just a really interesting article that really like just exemplifies why communities for minority groups are important, and that can be extended to any type of minority group, no matter if it is LGBTQ centered or if it is people of color centered or anything like that, or indigenous groups centered. It's important that, you know, there's communities that you can rely on that can be helpful and help you with getting where you want to be and making it so that you feel safe. Whereas, like, there are so many places where you don't feel safe because there is no actual community set up with that. So I think that's a really good article. I'm glad that you shared that with me, and I hope that it is helpful for you with your paper. I think it definitely will help with talking about resilience and strengths in general for specifically minority-based groups. Really cool. Thank you for sharing that with me. That was a really interesting article to read. So for me, what I got done is I hung out with my husband for a little bit, most of that sprint actually, and we got our meal box delivered. We were doing Home Chef, which I'm not necessarily a fan of, but we're running out the trial period we have with it. So I've got that all put away and everything. We hung out with the dogs and just kind of sat and relaxed while he had his lunch. He just made a sandwich and stuff, so we didn't have anything together. And I actually don't feel very great. Like, I'm nauseous from the cramps, so it's probably good that I didn't eat anything right now because I probably would not be able to hold it down. But they're starting to abate. Now that I've got the heating pad on, they're starting to feel better. But yeah, that's basically all I did. I did no reading that time. I did no extra work. I did finish up my to-do lists, though, for my work week. But my husband did tell me that he and his boss were talking, and it sounds like it is entirely possible that because of the wind chill we're supposed to get tomorrow, because it's freezing out right now. Like, he said it was like a negative wind with a wind chill. Like, we're in the negative degrees. It feels like negative 10 degrees Fahrenheit right now with the wind chill. And he said that it sounds like that it's going to be just about as cold, if not colder, tomorrow with the wind chill. So there is a possibility for a snow day or cold day more so. So knock on wood, keep your fingers crossed, because I really would like a little bit longer of a break if I could. And honestly, if that's the case, if we do have a cold day tomorrow, we may do more streaming tomorrow. That would be cool. That would be nice. But I'm not going to hold my breath on that because our district can sometimes be very stingy with cold days and snow days. So I think it's got to be like negative 20 with wind chill for them to consider it a cold day kind of thing. Even if it warms up over the day. Like, if by the time the kids are supposed to go outside to meet their, like, buses, I think it's got to be, like, negative 20 with a wind chill for it to be considered a cold day. which I think is ridiculous. I think that if it gets below 0, but whatever. Not my call. Okay, so I think in the next sprint what I'm going to do is obviously get through more of Wind and Truth. I don't really have anything else I need to do. I think I'm just going to continue plugging away at my library spreadsheet for a while. I don't really feel like crocheting at the moment, so I think we might do that later after stream or something like that. But how are you guys doing? What did you get done in that time? What did you get figured out or taken care of or whatever? I'd love to know what's going on. How are you guys doing? Have you been feeling productive today so far? I know we've gone through two sprints, so how are we handling it? How are we doing? What's going on? What's going on? I don't even know what that's from, but it's fine. Oh my god, I can even see in my camera, my eyes are just like, womp. And these cramps are taking me out. They really are. They are taking me out. They suck. It's fine. It's the first day. It'll be fine. Tomorrow I probably won't have any. But anyway. Oh. I wish I could eat something. I'm so nauseous that I'm too afraid to. Hello, Sky. Hi, how are you? Clean my room, but I think I need a to-do list because I'm jumping from task to task in the middle of things. Yeah, I mean, if you want to hop over to, if, like, you use Twitch at all, like, you can definitely use this, or, like, obviously write it down. That also works. So whatever works best for you. Read the article a little bit, and then I chose a different article because the one on gender and coping wasn't LGBTQ related, so I scrapped it. And I'm doing people of color who are non-binary and trans. First one I did read, but the second one I got rid of. Okay. Cool. Very interesting. Okay. Reading VIP by M. Robinson. Ooh, how are you liking it, Sky? I'm fine. It's just, I've got cramps, and so, like, it's making me feel not great. You know? Like, it's just, my body is just in pain, so everything's like, not doing it. I'll be fine. I've got the heating pad on. It's helping a little bit. And the thing is like, I want to get up and move because that definitely helps. Movement really helps me with my cramps. But I don't want to move. Like, I would rather sit at my desk, you know? So, it is what it is. We'll be fine. It'll be fine. I did take something, too, to help with the pain, so, while I was on that last sprint, but we shall see. I do think I'm going to go get my water bottle here during this next sprint so I can stay hydrated. It's an upsetting book, but I'm pushing through. Oh, yikes. Like, upsetting, like, it's making you sad? Like, the content's making you sad? Or upsetting, like, it's not good? I don't know which one is better or worse. I think I would be fine if something made me sad, but it was good, you know? But what is it? Is it upsetting because it's sad or upsetting because it's not very good? Oh. Oh, yawn attack, sorry. Yeah, I think I need to go get my water bottle during this next sprint, and stay hydrated. Because that's going to be helpful. But yeah, I think this next sprint, I'm just going to keep listening to Wind and Truth, keep working on my library spreadsheet at least for a little bit longer, and then, not sure. Sad and Mad, now, it's well written. Okay, good. I'm glad that at least, like, the content is well written and that you're enjoying that part of it, but yes, I totally understand it. I like it when a book can make me feel certain things, especially if it's well written, so that it makes me happy to hear that your book is making you feel things, and whether, you know, like, sad and mad, you know, hopefully they're things that are intended. But I'm glad that you think it's well written. M. Robinson, I think they're a romance author. Right? Like stuff you'd find on, like, Kindle Unlimited? Something like that? feel like I know that name. Probably have seen it before, honestly. Oh, okay. You sit back for a second. Ooh, Nelly. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. I recognize the name. I think it's because I've seen that name come up. Used to be on KU. Okay. Yeah, because I think I've seen that name when I've gone through Kindle books, and if I'm not mistaken, they've done a lot of stuff with Willow Winters as well. I feel like that's right. I think that's the same author that I'm thinking of. Oh my goodness. Okay, so let's see. Do I need to update my task list? No, I don't think I do. I'm probably not going to get to the books that I had listed on my task list today. We'll see. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, I think I recognize that name, so that I'm glad that my memory is not failing me yet. Some days I wonder if my memory is like going out on me or what, but oh my gosh. I may need to take a nap. I was not thinking how today was going to go, but I may need to go lay down eventually. We'll get through at least one more sprint, and then if I'm still feeling like this, I think we'll call it there. But we'll get through one more sprint so that at least some people can get some stuff done, and then go from there. And then, like I said, if it ends up being that tomorrow is a cold day, I will hop on and stream. Obviously, if not, I'm at work. And then next stream will be Friday. But I feel pretty good with what the progress I've made so far. I'm glad I got my work done that I needed to for this week. I just gotta print stuff off when I'm at school next. And then I think that off stream, basically, I'll just keep working on Wind and Truth. Excuse me. So, okay. I was gonna share something with you guys, but now I can't remember what I was gonna share with you. Oh, that's what I was going to share. So on my YouTube channel, I do have a video coming out in about 40 minutes or so. If you're on Patreon, you have early access to the video, but I do have a vlog that is coming out. It's a little bit of a more quote-unquote special one because I actually got my very first collab here with a company that graciously sent me a product that I tested out in the video, and I will say it wasn't something that I think I would get for myself right at this moment in time, but I'm glad that I have it, and I'm glad that it exists. So if especially you're a pet owner, you will want to maybe take a look at it, especially if you're a dog owner, and you have young dogs, or you're trying to train your dogs or something like that, because I think this product would be pretty useful for those that are first-time dog owners or have young dogs or anything like that, and they're looking to train them, because I think this product would be helpful. But I'm very happy that I actually had my very first collab. Almost 10 years on YouTube, and I had my very first collab that I've done, and I'm very excited that it's gone out. I have already posted it, like I said, to Patreon for early access, and the video is going to be coming out at 3 p.m. EST. So if you want to check it out, let me know. Otherwise, it's just a weekly vlog, but the first part of it is using the little product that they have and testing it out and seeing how it works with my dogs. But yeah, that's what I wanted to share. I wanted to share that I've got that coming out today. And then this coming week, I'm working on a 24-hour readathon vlog that I've been doing since last night. So that'll come out on Wednesday. And then otherwise, yeah, that's the only other video I've got going on this week is a 24-hour readathon vlog. And then I'll be working on a weekly vlog for this week that I'll post next week as well. All right, with that, that is our timer. So let's go ahead and get into this next sprint. I think, like I said, we'll do one more sprint for sure, and then we'll see how I'm feeling after that because I'm starting to feel iffy. Like, I really feel like I could take a nap. I don't want to necessarily do that right now, so we'll see how I'm feeling after this next sprint. So let's go ahead and get the timer going, and I will see you guys in 50 minutes. All right, friends, welcome back. Hope that was a good, productive sprint for you. I got to chapter. What am I on? Chapter 43. Now, that doesn't sound like I got very far because I started on chapter 41 in this sprint, but there was actually 2 chapters and then an interlude section. If you're familiar with Brandon Sanderson, a lot of times, like in between parts of stories, he will have interludes, which are usually a couple of chapters from other perspectives within the world that he's working in. So I got through 2 main chapters and 2 interlude chapters in that. Read 28 pages and got 45% in. Nice! Great job, Sky! Nice work. Also, I did work on my library spreadsheet a little bit more. I'm currently up to 2,765 books cataloged. And I worked on a quick row of my sweater for Doug. So this is like the neck, the collar part, and then this is like the chest and the body. So you can see it's kind of like expanding. This is what I'm working on right now for him because I finished Oscar's a little while ago. Hello, Sid. Hi, how are you? What's going on? How are things? Doing all right. I was feeling kind of, before the last sprint, I was feeling pretty rough. But this time, now I'm actually starting to feel better. The heating pad has now worked. I am feeling so much better. I could probably get through maybe one more sprint. We'll see. I'm kind of like going a little bit by sprint, taking it bit by bit, seeing where I'm at, seeing how I'm going. I think that I'm gonna be, I don't know what I want to do next sprint. I think I want to continue working on Dougie's sweater, but I also want to work on my blanket real quick, which I only have to do a row for that. So I think I'll do that beginning of next sprint while I listen to more of Wind and Truth. And then kind of go from there. I don't know if I want to keep working on my library spreadsheet. I'm making good progress, but I don't know. This is a project that will take me for freaking ever because, especially with ebooks, I Like I've got almost 11,000 ebooks. Wow, it got really dark all of a sudden. Sorry about that, guys. Let me see if I can get my desk light to work. Oh no, that's right, it's not plugged in. I forgot I unplugged it because I needed it for my heating pad. I do remember you, Sid. I do remember most people that their usernames when they come through. I tend to be pretty good about that. But what are you working on today? What are we doing today while you're here? Like I said, I think I'll do some more crocheting and kind of go from there. Not really sure what I'll do otherwise. I've got pretty much everything done that I need to in terms of like posts and work and stuff. So I'm kind of just chilling. I don't know. I don't really want to work on any other creative projects right now, like my crochet or not crocheting, my paint by number or my diamond painting or coloring or anything like that. I don't really feel like working on those today. I feel like if I'm going to do anything, I'm going to probably crochet. So we'll see. We'll see kind of how that goes. But let's see. Oh, my video did get posted. It is now live on YouTube. For those of you that want to go check that out. It's a fairly short vlog, like it's less than 30 minutes. And it's got a cool little thing going on it. Oh, also I forgot to wait, did I show this last time? I don't know. I don't know if I showed it at all, but I'll show you now. So Jack over on Twitch made me this little picture. It's now my lock screen, but it's like there's a bigger picture of it, but he made this for me for my Discord and everything. I think it's so stinking cute. It's got so many cute little things and stuff in that. It's okay, you're fine, Sid. No, I mean, honestly, like, I do remember, like, most people's, like, usernames when they come in after the first time. And, I mean, that's genuine. Like, that, like, it's very rare that I don't recognize a name, because I just kind of had, like, this, like, I've always had a really good memory for names. Faces, not so much. Names, I'm really good with. Yes, I remember that you were, yep, I remember, you did a lot of coding last time. So how are things for you? Are you coding again tonight, or are you going to be, like, working on other things? Because I know it's pretty late where you are, so. No worries. Yeah, I'm really good with names. Faces is a lot harder for me. I don't know why. I don't know why that is, because actually it used to be when I was a kid, it was the opposite. When I was a kid, I would remember faces better than I would names. Curious as to why that is. I wonder when that switch happened. Interesting. I never thought about that till just now. I wonder when that switch was for me, when I, like, went from remembering faces more to remembering names. Has it happened to anybody else? Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Sorry, I'm trying to think of what else I wanted to... Yeah, I don't know. Oh, my goodness. So, technically I'm in the middle of 4 books, but I'm really going to be focusing on Wind and Truth today. This thing's a chonker. Like, this book is, like, almost 1,300 pages. I think actually it's about the same length as, Rhythm of War was. Oh, no, it's a little bit bigger. Okay, so just a tiny bit bigger, maybe by, like, 100 pages or so. I am nervous. I'm not gonna lie. I am nervous about this because this is the end of the first arc of the Stormlight Archive. There's a lot of things that could happen that could go wrong, especially because, like, we're in the middle of, like, an intense war. In, like, Rhythm of War, everything that was leading up to that book was, like, this impending war that was going to happen, this big fight, and Rhythm of War was like the start of it, and now we're like really in deep in the middle of it in this one. And I'm nervous because there's a lot of things that could go wrong, and I don't want some of my favorite characters to like die or have bad things happen to them, things like that. Like, I get nervous, especially for like the last book in a section or last book in a series in general, especially high fantasies, because usually that means at least one person's gonna die. And I don't want that to happen. But knowing Brandon Sanderson, whoever it is that's gonna die is gonna be for a specific purpose. And I'm kind of like on the edge of my seat to figure out who it is and what the purpose behind it is. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. But I'll show you the other ones I've got going on right now. So I have got A Very Merry Bromance. This is the final book in the Bromance Book Club series by Alyssa K. Adams. I'm stuck on chapter 1 of this. I haven't been able to pick this one up in several days. This one, I'm interested to see how it's going to go, because this is dealing with a character who from the last several books is like, it's a companion series, so each of the books follow different characters. The main male character is a country singer, and he is a character that has just aggravated me to no end throughout most of the other books. Like, he's just kind of that really annoying character. It's just, he's just so frustrating. But this is his book, and the female love interest in this is actually a character we briefly met in book 2, which I really like. I like how we're circling back to some of these other side characters that came up. And she also made an appearance in book 4, the last book. She made an appearance because she was working with the love interest in that book on something. So, and I think she also was a little bit in book 3 as well. So, like, since book 2, she's kind of been around, and I love that we're going to actually, like, get into her. Now you remember me anyways, and just ruining my life in a pile of code I wrote and now fear. Oh, no. I've never done coding. My dad does, though, and that I remember vividly, like, there being times where, like, he'd be working on this big project and he's like, oh my god, now I have to sift through all of this and I have to, like, it's aggravating. So I am sorry you have to deal with that. I am so sorry. Especially because it's one that you wrote and you're like, oh my gosh, now I need to fix all these things. Like, I'm sorry. That sucks. I do read novels. I mean, I'm actually talking about several novels. I'm working on this really high fantasy. I'm assuming you're kind of messing with me. But yeah, so I've got a high fantasy. I've got this, romance. I've got another romance that's kind of more fantasy romance based, which is A Werewolf's Guide to Seducing a Vampire. This is by Sarah Hawley and is the final book in the Glimmer Falls trilogy, which they basically all take place within the city of Glimmer Falls, which is a supernatural town. Like, it's got everything, like witches, vampires, werewolves, lichen, naiads, which are kind of like water nymphs, if you will. Like, so many different characters. And this one follows a character we met in book 1, who is the boss of, like, he's the owner of this plant shop in Glimmer Falls. And in the first book, he is the main female character's boss. And in this one, in the very beginning, the very opening scene is actually where that character is getting married. And our main male character here, Ben, he is very socially anxious, and he's asked to, like, do a speech for the couple, and so, like, he's not okay. And this is also then including a new character we have not seen yet, who is a vampire. The first vampire that I think I've come across in this novel. So, and apparently she's kind of hard to get to know kind of thing. She's very cold. She's very, very much, like, not reserved, but, like, to herself, if that makes sense. Anything like that. So there's that. And then the last book I'm working on is Infinity Alchemist by Kaysen Callender. This is a young adult fantasy. I've only gone through literally the first page. The first chapter was 1 page. Do I remember anything about it? No. So I'm going to have to go back and read that again. So those are what I'm working on right now. And I was gonna say, complete other side of a conversation here. How many of you have played the game Wizard 101, like online? How many of you back in the day were Wizard 101 people? Because I was. I have become re-obsessed with that game because it came out on Switch. And it's available on Xbox as well, so my husband is playing it as well, and he was a Wizard 101 kid. My sister also now has the game on her Switch because she was even more of a Wizard 101 kid than either of us were. I am obsessed. Because, like, the Switch and Xbox ones, and, like, you don't have to go through and pay anything to access, like, all of the extra realms and stuff that, you would have to by playing online. Like, I remember my sister and I could only get so far playing online because at the time, like, we didn't have, like, the codes or anything to unlock, like, Firecat Alley or anything. We've never heard of it. It's so fun. I mean, it's a very, like, very basic MMORPG based game. But basically you play as a wizard who comes to this place, and you go basically to the school, Ravenwood, and it's a card-based game where you have, like, all these different spell cards that you can use to defeat monsters. It's very basic. It's very, like, it's not a difficult game at all, really, to at least get into. And, like, it's free to a certain point on the website. It's free on Xbox right now, and then it's on Switch for $20. But for the $20, you get, like, infinitely more things than you would be able to when you're online. Like, there are parts that, like, you have to earn, like, you have to go buy, like, codes to get into, like, certain places, and complete certain quests and things of that nature that you wouldn't be able to do online otherwise. But with the Switch version, like, they took the website version and just put it on the Switch and unlocked, like, so many different things within that. And it is so much fun. I am like having so much childhood nostalgia. I am beyond happy. Like, it was one of my favorite things from my childhood. Definitely check it out, Sid. I think that, like, it's very fun. And like I said, it's very basic. It's not a hard game. It's meant for kind of those kids that are getting into MMORPGs, which was why it was so popular when I was a kid, at least within my friend group and within my community. And I'm excited now that it's available for Switch, which means that there's going to be, like, a ton more people going to be playing it, and it's just such a great way to get into an MMORPG based world, and it's fantasy based. If you like fantasy stuff, if you like wizards, it's fun. You get to go off and, defeat all kinds of different monsters. You get to go on, like, cool quests and side quests and earn things and, do all kinds of different things. It's so much fun. I love it very much. I highly recommend it. My fiance also loves to read a hell of a lot of novels, and mostly are, like, these vampire and slow burn, like, fantasy novels. Sounds like my kind of person. Sounds like my kind of gal. Or person. I don't know whether or not it's a girl or not. I apologize for that. But no, like, I read, like, a ton of things. My favorite genre is, like, fantasy, particularly, but I do love a good romance. I do love a good, like, dual genre novel. But fantasy has always been, since I was a kid, like, my main area. And so, like, most of my library, at least most of my physical books, are, like, fantasy and in that kind of, like, romantasy, fantasy romance category. Now, if we're talking ebook, what I'm finding is very interesting, that the majority of my ebooks that I have, which is, again, almost 11,000, because I have a problem with getting free ebooks all the time from, like, Stuff Your Kindle events and all kinds of things. The majority of those are either romance or mystery thrillers, which I was not expecting. So doing my library spreadsheet has been, like, really fun, honestly, because it's interesting to see how like the statistics are. Like if we're going like total things, I have more mystery thrillers than I do fantasy, whether that is ebook or anything. Well, I didn't want to assume. I didn't want to necessarily assume. Because fiance, that could, there's all kinds of different people out there. They could be with, guys, girls, somewhere in between, whatever, or neither, depending on the person, like how they view themselves and what they, go by. So it is what it is. I didn't want to make an assumption, but and here's the thing too, there are tons of guys I know that love fantasy novels, and not like the romantasy ones necessarily, but like they also like there's some of them that do. Some of them do like those romantasy books. There's like they're guys that are straight. Like they're to each their own, to each their own. Have fun, long as you're not hurting nobody. Enjoy what you're gonna read, right? Anyway, I'm gonna quit yapping. I'm going crazy because now I've got the energy. I'm getting kind of all wired. So we're going to go ahead and get started with our next sprint. I'll see how I'm feeling after this next one, if I want to continue and do the last sprint or if we're going to do more. Could be either. We'll see. Now that I'm feeling better and like the everything has finally settled and everything, I'm going to go grab a snack and I'm gonna get started with working more with my book. So let's go. See you guys in 50 minutes. Alright, everyone, welcome back. How did you guys do in that sprint? I got from chapter 43 to 46 and went ahead and looked at a video that is going to be for a readathon I want to participate in February, and got the prompts for that so that when I go to do my next TBR board game for February, I will have those prompts ready for me to reference off of that I also can like either double up with or something like that. So that went well. Crocheted a row of my Pages Red everyday blanket. So that's done for today. And then I think I had a snack. I also listed a few books on Pango Books that I needed to put on there that I'm unhauling. And did some more of my library spreadsheet. So it was pretty productive. I had a good productive 50 minutes. So how did you guys do? What'd you work on? What'd you do? How did we do within that? I definitely think we can do the last sprint that I had initially planned for today. And I think that might be what we end with, is that fifth and final sprint. Because very likely by the time that ends, I will need to go downstairs and start making dinner anyway, and my husband should be home, or on his way home at the very least. So, okay, so let's see. Finished my writing group stuff. Now I'll settle in with Marigold by Andrew F. Sullivan. Very nice. Awesome. Awesome, Destiny. I love it. Okay. No problem, Sky. Hope that you catch me again sometime soon. Like I said, if tomorrow I end up having a cold day, like it's too cold to go to work kind of thing, and they cancel school, I will definitely be hosting sprints tomorrow. But don't hold me to that, because it very likely could be that I still have to go to work tomorrow regardless. So, liking my book more and more. Oh, good! I'm so glad! I'm so glad that you're enjoying it. I am really liking this. This is so far one of my more favorites of the series. I don't think it's going to beat Words of Radiance by any means, but Wind and Truth is definitely becoming one of my more favorites of the Stormlight Archive so far. Which is pretty good, because Wind and Truth, or Rhythm of War was kind of disappointing for me. Not gonna lie. I was pretty disappointed with that one. So I'm happy that this one is going much better. But, so let's see. What else is going on? What do I... Brain's going 5 million miles a minute. I also made some hot cocoa. I did that because I was getting kind of cold. And I was like, ooh, hot cocoa sounds really good. And I kind of needed like a fix of chocolate. So I was like, I think that's best of both worlds. Something hot and something warm and chocolate based. Hot chocolate it was. And it's so good. It's the Swiss Miss hot chocolate mix. So good. Probably my favorite hot chocolate mix. And like here, so weird thing, but so the hot chocolate bombs, I really like the idea of them, especially like the solid chocolate ones, but they don't really work the same as like the powder, like the powdered hot chocolate stuff. And I realized that this year, because this year and last year I got those like hot chocolate bomb sets from like Target, I think, and they were good, but they didn't really give that hot chocolate kind of thing. And if anything, like what would happen is the chocolate would melt and there would be like this skin on top of the milk from the chocolate, and it just wasn't as satisfying. And then like I got some Swiss Miss hot chocolate mix, and I've been using that, and I'm like, you know what? I don't think I'm ever going to get the hot chocolate bombs again, because they're not nearly as good as like this stuff. Or what is it? The Abuelita? Like the spiced hot chocolate mix? That's also really good. But I realized that this year where I'm like, you know what? I don't think I'm ever going to get the hot chocolate bombs ever again. I think I'm just going to stick to the hot chocolate mix. That's what we're going to do. So, okay. So, let's see. Okay, I'm glad I'm not the only one. All right, so let's see. What do I want to do this final sprint? I think I'm going to continue working on my library spreadsheet. Obviously, continue listening to Wind and Truth. I want to get through as much of that as I can tonight. And then I will still have a few hours left of my 24-hour readathon, so then I can continue working on that. Which, honestly, that's not going to be much of a vlog, unfortunately, but it is what it is. And let's see, what else do I want to do? I don't really want to crochet anymore right now. Yeah, I think it's just going to be work on the library spreadsheet. I think that'll be it, because I don't have anything else I can think of that I need to, like, watch or do or anything. I think we're pretty much set on all of that. I don't have any posts I need to do until later, if I decide to do them at all. Yeah, so let me see. What page am I on now? I'm on page 442. So I've still got a long ways before I hit page 700. Like, this is going to probably take me all night, and I probably will not even make that and have to still catch myself up tomorrow, which is fine. It's whatever. I'm just taking it as I can. So, trying to think. I already talked about what I had planned going on this week, what I've got going on with work and stuff. No, it's okay. I was gonna show something, but I'm like, nah, I don't think it's not necessary. So, what have you guys, I know I asked this before for anyone who is not here when I asked earlier, what are you guys planning on doing this week? What's going on? How are you going to be handling the week, tackling the week? What are you going to be working on? I'd like to know. I know there's some people where they've got like homework and schoolwork and stuff. I personally will be at work for most of the week, provided, tomorrow I end up actually going to work. But I've got early release on Wednesday, and I have PD that day because of early release. And then I have therapy on Friday, and I have sprints again on Friday. And this weekend, what's this weekend? It's the 24th. Oh, my mom's going to be gone for a few days. I forgot that this was the week that she's going to be gone. I don't think I've got anything going on this weekend. Yeah, I don't think there's anything specifically going on this weekend where, like, I'm going to be doing anything spectacular. So I guess we'll see. Maybe if I don't have anything else going on this weekend, maybe I will end up doing more streaming. I don't want to put that on myself, though, just in case, because I don't want to, like, say that I'm 100% going to, and then I don't. So we'll kind of play this weekend by ear and see what's going on with everything. Because if, like, for instance, my husband and I decide to do something, like we did this past weekend, where we just decided to rearrange furniture and clean the carpets upstairs, it's going to be a big ordeal. So, yeah, that's basically it. That's all I got for right now. Kind of just waiting on the timer to run out so that we can do our last sprint, honestly. Feel like that's all I'm waiting on anymore. Like, I feel like for most of the time I get through, like, so much in the very beginning of sprints of, like, what's going on, how things are going, all that stuff, and then it's like I have nothing else to talk about by, like, 3/4 of the way through the stream, and I'm just like, what do I talk about? I feel like I'm repeating myself. I feel like everyone's getting annoyed by me, that kind of thing. So it's like, what, there's not really much in my life going on. There's not much happening to where I feel like I can talk about a ton of things with you guys. I will say, though, that after sprints, I am going to go down and play more Wizard 101 while I listen to Wind and Truth. That I am very excited for. Well, actually, let me say I'll do that after I have dinner. That'll be what I do to wind down tonight, is play Wizard 101 on my Switch. Very excited. I've become honestly like re-obsessed with that game. It's kind of a problem. Okay. So, I need to clear some notifications and stuff. Oh my god, I have so many group chat notifications. So many things. I was gonna say something. What was I gonna say? I don't know. I think my brain is shutting down, guys. I think it's shutting down. Because I feel like half the time I know what I want to talk about, and other times I don't. Okay, so that's done. Alright, so I wonder, can I just start the timer now? I think I can. I can. Fantastic. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and just get right into our next sprint, so I will see you guys in 50 minutes. Hello, welcome back. I apologize if you're going to end up hearing the dogs in the background. The husband is returning home from work, which is perfect timing because that was the end of our final sprint. So, hope you guys had some good sprinting today. I ended up getting to. Hold, please. Okay, there we go. The husband has opened the back door, so the boys are outside now. Anyway, what I was saying is I got to chapter 50 of Wind and Truth tonight. I am on page 472. So I started at 351 at the beginning of sprints. So I got through 121 pages with all those sprints. Not as much progress as I wanted to make with that, but it's fine. We're going to continue working on this the rest of the night. So yeah, anyway, thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. Thank you all so much for joining me. Like I said, if tomorrow we have a cold day where school is canceled because it is too cold, I will do some streaming tomorrow. I don't know what time. It will depend on basically what time I get up, really. And we'll do that. Otherwise, I will be streaming again on Friday like I always do. This was kind of a random day because of the fact that I had school off. Any day that I have school where it is like a holiday or we just have like a break of some kind, I will be streaming. The next time that this is going to happen is actually going to be in a couple weeks because we have midwinter break coming up February 13th. So I actually plan on doing not just my Friday night sprints on the 13th, but I will be doing sprints on Monday the 16th because that will be my last day before I go back to work from that little 4-day weekend, basically. So anyway, after that, yeah, that's basically it. So thank you guys all so much for joining me tonight. Hope you guys got some good work in whatever it is you were doing, and I will see all of you guys on Friday or maybe tomorrow if tomorrow ends up working out. But I will see you guys later. Bye, everyone.